being read by seeing the color code, and he will see the week dropouts, and he will go also doing by different kind of breakdown to the all dashboard. And the most exciting about this project is that this whole broke down everything, this heat map, heat chart, and everything is built in one chart. It's not going to another report, or it's not drilling down to another report. Everything is in a single dashboard, in a single compass. So thank you guys for listening. I'll pass you through to Herut. She will explain everything about the conclusion of this project.
All right, thank you.
I'm presenting the conclusion part, Ali.
Huh?
We didn't finish yet.
I'm sorry. So stop sharing.
Okay, did you see my screen?
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hirut Bazabdeh. Thank you, Daniel, for a wonderful presentation. I'm going to present on the troubleshooting and suggestion part. In our dashboard, we have 4 main reports. These reports have to be in one page according to the requirement. So we have difficulty doing as we required. So after we tried several ways, we figured it out using the bookmark. So as you can see on the screen, we have 4 reports. So these all 4 reports is in one page. So we use the bookmark. But the second problem we faced, we had unable to connect the server with Power BI desktop. So we use for temporary solution ETL tool. And our second point is suggestion. So based on our dashboard reports, me and my team listed 3 suggestions to cut or minimize dropouts. So personal KPI, follow-up, and tutoring. So on the personal KPI, which is help students to follow up and gauge their status. And on the follow-up, when a student's KPI reach the red zone, the school contacts the student to resolve the problem if they need any help. And the third one is tutoring, which is this KPI. If you, as you can see on the right top student dashboard, this red KPI, it helps to create alternative learning approach to help the student, which result minimize the dropout. So when we conclude the presentation, our class retention dashboard will help the school identify the weak points where most students drop out on week by weekly rate base, and also help to take action. So finally, we would like to say thank you, Ali, for giving us this opportunity. We learned a lot of things from these projects. And I would like to say thank you all my team and all the audience. Thank you.
Woohoo! All right. I'm Mark. Any questions on that one? Any questions on class retention? Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Amar, and this is the Colaberry mock interview critique project. And I believe most people in Colaberry are here for one reason, and one of those reasons is to get a job. And for us to get this job, we have to go through an interview. And Colaberry wants to ensure that people crack their first interview. So it has created this process called the mock interview, which is between the mentors and the mentees. And the mentees are those alumni that have more experience, while the mentors are those alumni that have more experience, while the mentees are the students. So the mentors set up an interview section to go over some interview questions with the mentees. And this is to help the mentees prepare for a real-life interview. And after this interview, a survey is being sent to both the mentors and the mentee to evaluate and assess each other in terms of preparedness, experience, technical skill, and knowledge. So, and the results from this survey is being gathered in Colaberry database. So the purpose of this project is to be able to use the survey scores to build the reports, to make sense out of it, to be able to know how well the mentors and the mentees do during this interview process. So what we did with this project was that we imported the survey scores from SQL to Power BI desktop. And during the course of this project, we encountered some problems like people take the interview, but they don't do the survey. And also we had the problems of names being misspelled and people don't take incomplete survey. They answer just some of the questions and they leave the rest. So this is what our data model looks like in Power BI desktop. When we started the project, we had only one table, the IMOC table. And from there, we created interviewer dim table, interviewee dim table, and a date table to be able to make our report work better. So this is our KPI overview. I'm going to hand over now to Onyeka to continue with the presentation.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Amara, for the introduction and the problem statements that you just mentioned. My name is Onyeka, and as you all know, I just joined this project a couple of days ago. So, but notwithstanding, this is the KPI for this project, Colaberry mock interview critique. So those KPIs are broken into 3 categories. We have the interview activity, we have also the interviewee activity and the interviewer activity. So the first category, the interview activity, we have the interviews per day. As you can see, it's 2.45. And then the percentage interviewee answered, it's 83.33%. And then which is as opposed to previous month's goal of 81.69%. Then the percentage interviewers answered is 103.70% as against the goal of 97.18%. Then the next category, which is interviewee activity. Here we have interviewee score by day, 73.01%. And we have interviewees net promoter score 4.44, which is as opposed to the last month's goal of 17.24. Then we also have the interviewee score 78.97% as opposed to last month's goal of 80.26%. Then finally, we have in our category, we have interview activity. Here we have interviewer score by day, 77.02%, and we have interviewer net promoter score 58.93% as opposed to the goal of 76.81%. Finally, we have interviewer score 91.61% as opposed to the goal of 92.61%. So in general, what this KPI is saying is if you look, when you look at the KPI, you see that some are in green, while some are in red. and we're making a comparison of this month versus last month. So everyone, the ones you see in green are the ones that surpass the goal we set, which is that's why it's in green. If you look like this percentage interviewer answered and percentage interviewers answered, you see those ones are in green, which means they surpassed the goal that was set. But those ones on red are the ones that have not measured up, which is they've not met up with the goal we set, which is last month performance. But not so withstanding, the month hasn't elapsed yet, so we're expecting to see some changes before the month elapsed. So hopefully before the month elapsed and we refresh our dashboard, we will definitely see some changes in this KPIs. With that being said, I will hand over to my colleague Padmaja to continue and wrap up the presentation. I mean. Padmaja?
Yes, Anyanka. Thank you, Anyanka. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. This is Padmaja. So I'm going to show you the next part of our dashboard. It is the interview activity. So this dashboard has 3 KPIs, interviews per day, and percentage of interviewers answered, and percentage of interviewees answered. So these KPIs we have created based on surveys taken by mentors and mentees along with the interview count. So the visual is here showing the KPIs in detailed manner, like in over the period, if you see in March, the both mentors and mentees percentage gone down because it affected by COVID-19. Then after some over the period, it is going up, and now it is up. Next, please. So the next dashboard is interviewers activity. The KPIs here we have interviewer net promoter score and interviewer score. So here we used the chart to create the net promoter score KPI. Rating between 9 to 10 is promoters, and the rating between 0 to 6 are detractors. So we used this chart, percentage of promoters minus percentage of detractors to get net promoter score. So the next KPI, interviewer score, we have here considered average of interviewer net promoter score and interviewer experience and interviewer preparedness. So based on these calculations, we created the interviewer activity. So this is overview of interviewer activities. Here are the KPIs and the scatter plot here. We did some color formatting to show the interviewer score and net promoter score, but there is some changes we are applying, so it is in progress. And here you can see the performance of who is performing based on the top 10 interviewers by interviewer score. The next dashboard is interviewer activity. So this is similar to interviewer activity, but here interviewee net promoter score and interviewee score. So this net promoter score also we calculated based on the promoter's percentage minus percentage of detractors. And the interview score, we have here considered average interview net promoter score and interviewee communication, interview preparedness, and interview technical knowledge and their confidence. So this is overview of interviewees activity, and here the KPIs and the scatter plot are same. We followed that one. And here you can see the top 10 interviews by interviewee score. So this is the dashboard we have done so far, and this is still in progress, and there are some adjustments we are applying on it. And thank you very much. Thank you for listening. So do you have any questions?
All right. Looks like no questions. Marketing statistics data mart. They're up next.
I think Zendex is before them, or I don't know, I'm kind of confused.
Zendex is.
Oh, my bad, my fault.
Yeah.
Zendex.
Yeah.
Zendex tickets.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Let me share my screen. So we were so inspired by Alice's video, and we're gonna take you to the risk situation. We didn't prepare a PowerPoint this time, so we're gonna present from our dashboard. This presentation is gonna be covered by me, and in a sense, it's just two of us. That's why we would like to show you straight to the dashboard. So what is Zendex? So Zendex is a ticketing system what Colaberry use in order to collect tickets. So whenever students or you guys send a request on the support dashboard, it will be collected on the Zendex system, and then it will be addressed accordingly by the agents or customer agents. So we have 5 KPIs, as you can see here. So the first KPI is the first contact resolution. This KPI shows you the number of tickets that were closed at first attempt. So we can see that we're doing bad on this week. And the second KPI is the new tickets. This is the number of new tickets that we got on this week. And the third KPI is the average first response hours. This KPI tells us about the hours that agents are consuming in order to reply for the tickets. And as we can see, we're doing good at this time. In this current week, it's 18.472, where the goal is 24 hours. And we have the open tickets here. This just tells us the information about how many tickets are open currently. And this KPI tells us about the average days open, which is the number of days averagely where the tickets are open. So everything you see here is mostly, you can see like the purple color and the blue color. This shows you the purple color represents the previous 4 weeks, and the blue color represents the current week. So the purpose of this whole dashboard is in order to give information on how efficiently the agents are working, and it will give also a suggestion if there is any techniques or methods that can be used in order to improve the efficiency of the customer service agents. So when it comes to this visualization, this will tell you information about the previous 4 weeks and the current week, and we can see that most of our agents are closing the tickets on the averagely on the previous 4 weeks, but we have only 3 agents that are closing tickets at the first attempt on this current week. And the second visualization is about the average first response hours. So by date dimension, so we can see here like Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the average first response hours is higher, which is not good. This might be because the weekend is approaching, so the agents are maybe less motivated to work. But when the week starts, like on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, they are doing very good. And then we add up also a tooltip here that shows you on the peak points on hour basis. So at what time they were working so good, and at what time they were not working that good. So we can see like 10 o'clock, the average first response hours were higher. And the third visualization is the scatter plot chart. This scatter plot chart is made to show the average first response hours and the days open. So whenever our average first response hours and average days open is higher, it will give us a red color, which is bad. But if our average first response hours and average days open is low, it's going to show us a green color, it means our agents are doing good. And if one of each is higher and one of it is lower, it's going to show us yellow. We don't have it right now. So this is shown by work shift dimension. So we have 4-week work shifts where agents are working. So this work shift is not doing that good, which is 11 a.m. until 3 p.m. This is also expected because the lunch hour is coming. So people are, rushing to go out for lunch rather than focusing on their job. That might be the reason that this work shift is doing low. But as we can see, the 7 p.m., 7 a.m., and everything is good, which is a good sign. And the last visualization is open ticket category by agent dimension. So this will tell us information about how many tickets are open and then which status. So we add up a gray color here to show the old tickets. So the rest are for the current week and the previous 4 weeks, but the gray color will show you if the tickets were open more than 4 weeks. So we have only one agent, which is Juliet, who has all tickets. The rest of them, they don't have, which is a very good sign. And most of our agents have tickets from the current week, which is really also a good sign. And then we add up this number so that it will give you a general information like, okay, Juliet has 15 tickets, and then out of 15, 21% of it is from the current week, 31% of it is on the previous 4 week, and 47% of it is on the old tickets. So this is the overview of this dashboard, and I'll hand the ball to Innocent. He will talk about the interaction of the dashboard, and also he will give deep insight by showing the drill throughs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mikey. Allow me to share. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Innocent. I will go by the interaction between the visualization and also with our compared to our KPIs. As you can see, this is on the left side. There is a first contact resolution for the current week versus the for previous week. If you click on, or if you pick one agent, our agent's name are the dimensions, and the weekday are dimension 2, and the work shift is a dimension also. So if you click on Shweta, you will see that how he was handling the ticket, how many hours he was responding versus for previous week and for the current week, which shift he was working. She has one current ticket. So if you pick Saturday, I'm trying to explain the interaction between the visualization. If you click on Saturday, okay. Oh, my bad. You still there? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry. I have an issue with my computer microphone. That's why I'm using a phone at the same time I share my screen. Forgive me about that. So I would say about when I pick a day of Saturday, you will see how the ticket were handled on weekdays of for the particular Saturday. All right. This is how the first consideration were handled in for previous week, first current week on Saturday. This is the work shift was working on that on Saturday. This is the agent. Juliet has the 5 tickets on current week. Ali has 2 tickets in previous 4 weeks, and also Caroline has 1 ticket on the previous 4 weeks. If you go to the work shift, if I pick this shift to 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. to see how this shift was working, you we found out that how the first contact resolution for the for the current week, but for previous week, like Rosa and Gabriela, she has on that shift, she has 32% of the previous 4 weeks, and the current is 25. So I will go into deeper to drill through. Let me drill through and see more detail about how this Rosa, how she was handled the tickets. As you can see, this is the name of the agent. Her name is Rosa. This is the ticket when it was created. This is the ticket link. If you click on this ticket, it will take you to the link. This is how many tickets or how many comments on that ticket. This means that if she has many comments, it means that she took too much time to respond this ticket or to close this ticket. So it's better to train the agent so that they can respond as fast as they can. I will go again by this drill through on this scatter plot. I'll see how this shift was working in detail. When you drill through to the hour category, we found how this is our agents. This is particular when the ticket was created. This is how many hours. This is a work shift, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. This is a ticket he was handling. This is how many hours it took to respond for this ticket. This is the status of the ticket, which is solved. The day of the week was on Sunday. It means that the average first responded hours is higher than our goal. Our goal is 24 hours. If I go to the last dashboard visualization, as Mikey said, explain about the category of our tickets. If I go to Juliet, because she has a current ticket, I have 5 tickets on current. She has 8 tickets of 4 previous week. She has also 2 tickets and all tickets. So if I drill down on current week, those are 5 tickets that are still open this current week. This is the ticket link. This is when it was created. We have only 1 ticket. So this is what we have done. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much. If you have any question, feel free. Thank you so much.
All right. Any questions? Okay. Marketing statistics, data mart.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Hello, everyone. If you are an investor or planning to invest in the near future, this project will answer all questions that you have in mind and will help you to determine where to put your money. My name is Sophia, and my team, Shri, Aram, Richard, and I are currently working on Market Statistic Data Mart project that will give you a clear picture for potential investor. Okay, next. We have built a data mart and stored a large amount of historic data in order to analyze different time period and trends to market future prediction, to make a market future prediction regarding the markets. By considering this data mart, any investor will generate more revenue and save money. For key performance indicators or KPIs, this data has a lot of KPIs, and we choose these 2 to present our key insights. The first one is the percentage properties, which is a number of properties increased or decreased by market by property type year over year. And the second one is the total volume that increase or decrease by market by property type also year over year. We also create a data dictionary with detailed description of its format, relationship, meaning, source, and usage to provide information to users and tools about the database schema. So from here, my teammate Aram will carry on and will give an overview about the executive summary of this project. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aram, and I will be giving you an overview about our project. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so the data that was gathered to meet the data warehouse requirement in relationship to cap rate, vacancy rate, RI, rental rate, accuracy rate, occupancy, and so on. That shows the trends by business property type, region, sub-region, market, sub-market to show the market performance on quarterly and yearly basis. So we started with the source file, followed by setting up the staging tables using pivot and unpivot transformations on the source file, leading to cleaning the data, removing duplicates, data conversion, such as data format. And now I will take you through the process of pivot and unpivot in SSIS. So SSIS has limitation on using pivot and unpivot transformation together.
The screen is not changing.
Can you see it now?
It's the first page. It's not going through.
What about now?
Yes.
So they both have the SSI has limitation using unpivot and pivot transformation together. So we use unpivot transformation in SSIS and use pivot operator in SQL Server. So SQL Server pivot operator turns the value in one column into multiple columns in the output and performs aggregations on any remaining column values. And unpivot just convert the column into rows without any aggregation. So for example, the top column that you see with the dates, this we had to unpivot so it can become the rows like this. And this row that you see, we have to put this on top as a column. So we would pivot this one and we would pivot the column on top. And these are the transformations we use to unpivot the column that you guys see with the dates in it. Before we could proceed to unpivot transformation, we had to make sure that we use a data conversion to convert the data types of all the dates because they were different data types. Then we use a store procedure in SQL Server to do the pivoting and use the aggregation for that. And this is just the loading of the table and pivot and unpivot. So this is the completed table with unpivot. So the column that you guys see on top in the first picture, this is how it's going to look like after we unpivoted. And the row that you guys saw with the property volume and total units, it will come as a column if we pivot it. These are just more tables that we are showing. And this is after we merge all the unpivot and pivot tables in one table. And the next one we had a challenge with was the date, because the date was given to us as 1Q and the two numbers from the year. and we had to change it to actual date. So for example, this is the source file that we have with only dates, the numbers for the quarters. So we had to use 3 derived columns to get to the actual date format. So first derived column will change the date to the last date of the quarter. So for example, March 31st, June 30, and so on. And the second derived column added the centuries before the date. So it added 19 and 20 before the actual year. And then the third derived column, took the above 2 derived column, put it together, and added the dash for the date format. And this is the final result that you guys see here for the date. And this is a process for the dimension tables. So we use lookup for that, which would insert and update every time the new information will come up. It will automatically insert and update the data. And these are more dimension process for the dimension. And we use store procedure for the dimension date table. And this is the data, how it looks like when it's populated. And next we had to use bridge table. So basically bridge table bridges, create the bridge between 2 tables, and it avoids the many-to-many relationship, and it only takes in the keys from the dimension table. So this is the final table that will look like this, and it only taking keys from the dimension tables. And last, we loaded the fact table. And we use lookups to get the keys from the dimension table, and then added the OLEDB command to update and insert. And this is our final fact table look like. And this is the data mart. All right, thank you. And I will hand it over to Richard, and he will further take you guys about the insights of our project.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Richard. I must say thank you to Sophia and Aaron for the wonderful presentation of our project. I will talk about key insights. And let me pick up from the point where we have imported market statistics data from source employing various transformations, including pivoting and pivoting. We have cleansed, transformed, and loaded the data into dimension and fact tables, and successfully loaded the data warehouse. Now we need to do further analytics in reporting tools. However, I chose to use SQL Server scripts to demonstrate what kind of insight we can get from the data warehouse with respect to 2 data points, namely property units and volume in dollars, of which I had pre-calculated the quarter-over-quarter delta in order to study the trends of office, apartment, retail, and industrial properties. And indeed, you can do the same for many other data points available in this data warehouse, like rent, total stock, vacancy, total stock in square feet, and so on. So this script you are seeing here, I developed, and you can see to get this to demonstrate this insight. And the top part of the script, as you can see, works out the delta percentage of year over year of property units, and the one below, the part below, does the same for volume. And this data is gotten from fact market statistics table and joined with the DIM property type, and is gotten from the quarters. You can see period flag is equal to quarter. So this is actually rolled up for years from the quarter information. So, and this is the percentage being calculated in this formula here with the formatting of the display. So the result of these two scripts here give us the insight, beginning with the positive insight over a period of 20 years. And we can see all the property types: apartment, industrial, office, and retail for both property units and volume. From this, we see that the highest increase is in 2010 and 2004. These are very good years for the industry, and the same applies to volume. 2010 and 2004, they are actually sweet years for the industry. And when you get to the negative insight side, we have similarly a period of 20 years, and for all the property types for both the data points. And we see the worst decline is in 2020 and 2008. You can see that for both data points. So these 2 years are very bad years. However, I would point out that for 2020, probably the year is still in progress and not all data has been received. And with that, I want to hand over to the project manager, Madam Shiri, who will talk about the challenges and next steps. Thank you for listening to me.
Shiri, you're mute.
Okay. Sorry. Hello, everyone. This is Shiri here. I'm going to talk about the troubles or challenges we faced while building a project. We have faced many challenges and obstacles, but I would like to discuss the three important ones that block us from moving forward. The first one is the pivot and unpivoting source file. So we had no idea there was in Excel file, there's a pivot and unpivot format that is used. And when we looked at the spreadsheet, it was geek for us. And after doing some research, we came to know that the Excel format that we generally use is a flat and tabular data model. And the data that in the pivot is a cross-tab style format. Most of the Excel users spend a lot of time developing this type of cross-tab style, preparing the data for statistics. So for us to use, convert the cross-tab format to a regular tabular data format, we Googled up and got an article, and we tried to convert that in Excel itself. And we loaded in the staging tables. Oh boy, we thought we had done. But after we had a scrum call with Abdullah to show that we have loaded and we have successfully loaded our tables, and then he says, no, this is not the process to use. Everything has to be automated. You're not going to do anything manually, make changes or anything. You have to be using all the transformations and the tools that are available in SSIS package for us to go to make it everything automated. So we, after looking into research, we found the pivot and unpivot transformation, but we also found there are some limitation of using the both transformation in a same package, and which noticed that we cannot be used at the same time because of the limitation. So we used unpivot transformation and then used pivoting using a store procedure from a query we wrote in Excel, SQL. And we were finally able to load the data. The next one we had facing was the date. So we had a lot for converting the date, which has represents in one with the number and then the Q and the last two digits of the quarter. The year. We had took a while for us to convert because in the year it only represents the last two digits, but there were two different data in there. There were 2 centuries in there. So for us to convert into a right century, like 19th century and the 20th century, it took us a while. So we figured it out by using 3 derived columns, and we were not sure how many derived columns or how many data conversion can be used in a single package, in a flow. We thought there was a limitation on how you do it, but we found out there's no limitation. You can use as many as you want. To make sure that the data transformations and everything can be done in a single thing. The last one that we face the challenges is the joining or merging 2 staging tables that is used as a source file for populating the fact tables. The problem here that the commonality between these 2 tables are the date column. But in one of the column, the date is represents a quarterly data, and the other one represents a yearly data. So it took us a while for us to figure it out. We were stumped because whenever I hear merge and join, I go and look up for the join transfer functions to be used, or merge statement or merge functions, and try to merge the data, but was not successful because I was not able to do it. It took us a lot of work and research, and then finally it clicked to us that we were supposed to use union on union all. So we use union and union all to merge 2 tables here, and we added while using the union, we added a column called period type to represent that the data that is coming from the quarter represents a quarterly, and then the data that coming from the year represents a yearly. And then we made sure that the data that is coming from the quarter is only populates the fields that are there, and that and has the null values in the columns representing the year, and vice versa. And they were able to build a final data model. Here, our final data model has 3 fact tables, 2 bridge tables, and many. This is our last final suggestions or next steps. That I hope that whichever teams reporting team gets our project, our data mod uses the expertise to build a good dashboard. Thank you. Any questions?
Going once, going twice. All right, homework grading system.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bhuvan Adhikari, and today I am going to talk about homework grading project with my friends, co-worker Imebet and Gregory. So,
post grading.
Hey, Bhuvan, you're also on the 3rd slide.
Yeah, sorry for that. So this is our project, homework grading system, and
go to the first slide.
So I'm on the first, right?
So you're on the third.
1 second.
Good.
That's the post, right? I'm sharing the right one, right?
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Sorry for that.
Yeah, go full screen.
It's a
You gotta click on the bottom right-hand corner. There's a screen button.
Yeah, you got to put it into like the presentation mode.
Yeah, it's a presentation mode on mine. It's good now.
No, come on, Pavan. You gotta go presentation mode. I tell everybody the same thing every single time.
On my screen, it's on the presentation mode.
Oh,
you have two screens?
Yeah.
I think do you have dual screen or two screens?
No, only one screen I have.
Okay, can you click on that presentation mode thing at the bottom?
Yeah, it's on the presentation mode on mine.
One, I think you're only sharing one slide. Try to share the whole, when you share your system.
Yeah. When I click on the presentation mode, it's working on me. It's showing me presentation mode.
Okay, stop sharing and then reshare. Stop share and share. Okay, share screen again, share desktop.
All right.
It's on the presentation mode now.
It's fine now.
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry for that. My name is Bhuvan Adhikari, and today I'm going to present about the Colaberry homework grading system. And I am here with my friends Unpivot and Gregory. So this is our project, homework grading system of Colaberry School of Data Science. And the next here, overview of company. So let me talk about a little bit about the Colaberry. So Colaberry is the school which provides different training programs to the different people. It prepares the people for the job market, and it has like 54 different courses are under training. There are different paths, different courses, and there are numerous students are learning there. So this is the example, like there are different paths like Tableau, SQL Server, QLeak, Power BI, and so many. And here, I'm talking about our data. I already talked, we are working on the project where the Colaberry homework system, we are trying to build a dashboard, a report to see what going on about the project, homework grading system of Colaberry School of Data Science. So this is just an example of our data set. There are 24 different columns and its definition, like for example, what is path name? Path name is path name, like data analytics, data science, or something like that. And course name like SSIS, SSIS, and this all we can see in these slides. So what is the problem statement? we can see here, everyone loves homework, right? Probably not. The only thing worse than spending all this time to make sure your homework is perfect is feeling your homework gets turned in and either sits ungraded for an extended period or gets graded poorly with no feedback. In this dashboard, we can track these items effectively. We are capable of seeing how we are performing overall inside of our system. We can drill through into students to research problems they may have and drill into instructors to see how they are performing best on time grading and assignments, graders' versatility, and we are even capable of seeing their comments on the homework graded. So the problem is the Colaberry wants to see the whole insight, what is going on about the homework systems. When they submit to it finally graded and their comments and everything. Thank you. Now I'm going to hand over to my friend Ibebet for the remaining part of the presentation.
Yeah, I bet you're on mute.
All right, sorry about that. Thank you so much. So I will proceed from here. The problem that occurred while we doing this project, we have got some redundant data inside our data system. So what we did is when you load the data to utilizing Power Query, we try to fix it. For example, the date format, making to be uniform throughout each. So there is also null data inside our data, which we are discussing with the business unit. Of course, this null data doesn't have any effect on our dashboard meaning, but still we are going to fix it before deployment. There is also another problem like KPI trend that doesn't make sense. So we had an issue with KPI trend access in the background of our KPI cards. So what we did is we created a visual that showed the trend, and then we played the background of the KPI cards and made the card to transparent to show the trend when the slider and the slicer is activated. So we have a key performance indicator here. We have 3 categories: the graded, non-graded, and graded quality. In each category, we have 3 KPIs. Look at this one, non-graded KPIs. Inside the non-graded category, we have 3. The first one is average non-graded day. What does that show us? It shows us the average day of homework seated without being graded. For example, 84.94. What does that give us the meaning? When coming to non-graded Q, the homeworks being waiting for this a lot, right? It's a lot of queues, so it might indicate we need the business unit to have more instructors so that it doesn't have a lot of queues. So the submitted per day is showing homework submission per day, how many homework is submitted per day. Coming to graded, the first one is submitted versus graded, which shows the percentage of homework graded versus submitted. If you see here, 91.66% of homework submitted being graded, which is good. Still, we have 8.34 of homework submitted non-graded. If you add the two, you'll get 100. So the next KPI is average day to grade. 1.71 in average to grade the homework, which is almost 48 hours, close to 48 hours. It's long. So there must be something to be done. Graded quality. This indicates the instructor who is grading the grade. How is this grading? For example, the KPI we have in the first one is graded in less than 3 minutes, which shows the percent of homework that are being graded in less than 3 minutes, 58.23%, which is more than 50% of the homework being graded less than 3 minutes. Imagine this is not a true-false question or yes or no answer question. It has to be thoroughly seen before being graded. So that means there is question here, how it takes less than 3 minutes to grade the homework. Graded resultly is the percent of homework that is average instructor is doing. Like, for example, is the graders doing the same grade for each student? Like, is that uniform throughout? Or it's giving for some people 3 or 4 for other 5, or it's giving 4 for everybody? That shows us graded fidelity. The other one is average graded per day, 124.07 of average homework graded per day. That's a lot of homeworks being graded. So this is the KPIs. Next, our project manager, Greg, is going to show you the exact meaning of what this KPI is doing by graph and the visualization. Thank you.
All right, guys, so we have our homework grading system dashboard right here. And up in this right-hand corner, we have the latest refresh date. You can see that was refreshed this morning at 7:05 a.m. We can see our data through the rolling weeks slider right here. So if we move this slider up and down, it'll change our data for us, as you can see there. And these are the 9 KPIs that Imabet so gracefully went through. And as this is the visual in the background, this area chart that's kind of hidden behind everything, the transparent card that we have in front of it. And then we can also differentiate our data between homework and video if we wanted to as well. So here's the video symbol and back to homework. And then we can slice our data by path name, course name, section name, instructor, student name as well. In the top right or top left-hand corner, we have a KPI for our KPIs, I guess you can kind of say. This kind of rates the performance of our KPIs. As you can see, 4 of our KPIs are green, 3 of them are red. So it's giving us a 57.14. If we go down to rolling week 0 through 1, we can see it turns green at over 70%. So we're looking solid for that week. So how is this useful to a end user? Well, we're going to take a journey real quick. Imagine it's Friday. It's about 4 o'clock. You're about 10 minutes away from getting out of there, and then you get this urgent email that came from your manager saying, hey, we've got these 2 students that I really need you to look into their homeworks and see what the deal is. So this first email talks about how a student has a homework that has taken too long to grade. They feel like the SSRS section has just been a cluster. It's taken them so long to grade the papers. So we wanted to jump into that and kind of take a look at that. So we can go straight to our graded page here. And we know that the SSRS is inside the data analytics path. So we can just kind of go to the data analytics path. We're going to make this rolling weeks 11. We're going to go into our data analytics path and drill through into our graded drill through. So this student's email that came across, his name is Craig Sherman. So we're going to select Craig Sherman here real quick. I know this guy actually, so I'm sure he won't mind. All right, so we got Craig Sherman. And we can take a look and see that SSRS and the average days of grade is 0.17. So there's obviously some kind of disconnect with what he's telling us and what the data actually is telling us. So we can drill down to this even further if we'd like. And we can see that the highest day here is 0.33 days it took to be graded. So we can take this data back to them and just explain, hey, here's what we see. This is what happened on our end, and just go from there. So the second email that comes through is a gentleman by the name of David A., and he feels that his homework has been graded too fast. So what we're going to do is go back to the dashboard here, and we're going to jump into our graders quality section. And he is also complaining about the SSRS section as well. So we can actually go into the data analytics. We're going to go back 11 weeks again, or 12 weeks, that's fine. And we're going to drill through to the graders quality drill through. So here we can actually do it by instructor name or student name. We're going to drill through on the student name, and his name is David A. I don't know him, so hopefully he won't mind. And we can see that the average days to grade is 0.03. That's pretty fast. I would say that's pretty fast to get something graded. Then we can actually research it even further, and we can see right here there's a 0. That looks kind of odd. It took no time at all to grade. So literally when that homework came in, they got graded immediately. We can also see that the less than 3 minutes is 100%, and the graded versatility is 0. Well, if we wanted to, what we could do is actually look into this a little bit further and see who the instructor is. So the instructor was Dozy. And if we wanted to look even further, we could take a look at the homework. So this is the actual homework that was turned in. If we click on this up at the top, you'll see that the comments changed. So this was the instructor comments that were given on this homework. We still see that the less than 3 minutes is 100 and the graded versatility is 0. So let's say we wanted to research this even further, we could actually click on the link to the homework, and this would pull up a download for the homework, which we could pull up and take a look at immediately through a zip file. It opens up here, and this is his homework. So we can justify whether it should have been graded in less than 3 minutes, or if it's just kind of one of those things where they sped through it and it should have taken a little bit longer. So going back to this, we can actually, if we decided that this is a project that should have taken a little bit longer than 3 minutes, we can go back to our graders quality page. And then we know that Dozy was the person that took a look at it. So we can actually click on Dozy. And he comes up here on the scatter plot, and we can actually see how he's done over the last 12 rolling weeks. So if we just hit play here, we can kind of see where he's gone inside the scatter plot over the last 12 rolling weeks to see how his performance has been. And as we can see, he's kind of, in the red and yellow pretty much the whole entire time. So this may warrant a one-on-one with this instructor just to say, hey, we noticed that one of your homeworks came back. It was pretty quickly graded and probably needed a little bit more time to go through and provide some feedback for the student who was saying they were struggling on this. It just provides insight for the end user to be able to make those type of business decisions, in turn make better instructors, which in turn will create less class retention or more class retention, and less dropouts and more success overall. That's really about it, and I hope you guys enjoyed taking this journey with me.
Questions? All right. Marketing demographics, Power BI. Michael, I actually have to, I have a task to, once you finish this dashboard, I have to give a video on your dashboard to explain, like, to clients or people interested in doing business with us, what does our customer look like? So I want you to show me how I need to present.
Awesome, got you. All right, I'm about to share my screen. All right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Oti, and I'm here today with Claudine B, my partner in this group, and we are presenting this project in Power BI called Marketing Demographics. Okay, so first of all, this is a sequel to the continuation of what we had on this platform 2 or 3 weeks ago on Sprint 26, but this is Sprint 27, and so demographics is the study of a group or a sector in a body, and altogether, marketing demographics is the study of the marketing strategies and the marketing data that we get from surveys that have been taken on SurveyMonkey by every student that is currently on Colaberry. So moving forward, what is the problem statement? Opposed digitally allows you to have the largest sample size, it makes it faster for you, and it removes any potential bias or human errors from the data collected. And collecting data allows you to store and analyze important information about your existing and potential customers, and also kind of limit the size of the net that you're spreading when you're trying to reach out, because now you can target your audience. And it is also the strategy that everyone needs if they are trying to make a business succeed. They need to have a good marketing strategy, because many businesses already collect data digitally, but they don't know how to leverage what they have. So what do we make of this? We started working on a project. We got data from surveys and we ran into problems. And some of the most recent problems we ran into were, one, we needed a dynamic calendar. We needed to create a calendar dimension for current year and current quarter. By rounding up on our calendar table and adding columns, first we needed to index it for us to be able to sort naturally according to day of week. We needed week number, we needed quarter number, we needed to add all those columns, and then we needed to make it dynamic to the point where we have dates within the current quarter of the current year, because the Colaberry calendar is on a quarterly calendar. And the second problem was we needed a rolling 2-year average. And the rolling 2-year average needed to change based on every day, because our pages and all our visuals were filtered in the way that we only show the KPI values for ranges within the last 2 years. That way we have about 8 spikes on our KPI, which is easy to monitor. And the last of them was the current quarter, and we needed to display the current quarter values for each of those KPIs. So when we got into this issue, we were in the stress test phase, and it was kind of frustrating and we didn't know how to go about it. But over time working on it, I learned 2 things that I'm going to share with everyone on this platform, which is going to be useful as a nugget for everyone to learn from. The first thing I learned is that when things are not tested, they are not trusted. In the sense that if you have a terrible headache and your friend comes to you and says, hey, take this mixture, you're going to feel better or you're going to die, you probably wouldn't take it. You go get your Tylenol because you know Tylenol, because Tylenol has been tested. So because of that, you trust it. Now, the second thing I learned from a story while I was presenting on my IPBC videos, a video I watched. And the story, many of you may know it, but I'm going to say it real quick. So the story is about an old man, and he was a carpenter, right? So this carpenter worked for a company for a really long time. And after his years and dedication, he grew old, and 1 month to his retirement, his company tells him, hey, we need to squeeze out one last job from you because you're about to retire. And he's like, okay, let's do a deal. But he's so frustrated that they're making him do this that he begins to tell himself, okay, I'm not really going to put in my best to this, and I'm just going to do it really fast. So what happens? He starts off on the project, and while he's calculating, he decides to use cheap materials, he's going to use cheap food, and he's not going to do a good job. So when he finishes this job, he's finally complete, he puts down his tools, and this is the house he managed to come up with, right? And he's like, I'll just hand it over and the next person will take over from me. And he hands it over, and upon handing over the key, they're like, wait, hold up, it's a surprise. That is our retirement gift to you. And he began to think, and this broke the man's heart, and here he is crying, wah, wah, wah. And he's like, if I had known, I would have put in my best into this project. And that is how it is with all of us in this Colaberry platform, going through situations that test us and test our projects. We need to be tested to be trusted. So using this invigoration, I decided I was going to nail my dashboard once again in terms of my dimension pages. So this is a brief GIF of my dimension pages, and to show you how dynamic they are, the drill through, all the pages are linked, the icons highlight when you hover over them. The dashboard link is on the home page. And if you look at this dashboard, basically all the dimensions are sliced based on a KPI. And the KPI groups are registration, demographics, and sign-up motivation. Now, registration involves all our survey findings based on data from registration and what makes people register. Demographics is based on information on maybe their age, their sex, their marital status, things like that. And sign up is what made them to sign up. So briefly, I'm going to hand over to my partner, Claudine, to give us a little more on the insights before we go to our suggestions. Claudine, are you on?
Yes, Michael, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Yeah, as we started to slice down our different dimensions by our KPIs, we discovered some interesting findings that could be grouped as positive and negative insights. These dimensions were grouped into meaningful groups so that we get a concrete result from our data, and was filtered on gender, that is the male and the female gender, and our quarter-over-quarter KPIs. All the visuals I will be talking on are filtered by the year 2020 on the current quarter. If we look at the very first visual, which is the education and satisfied with tuition, here our goal was to show the percentage of male and female students who come to Colaberry who are satisfied with tuition in this present quarter, which is the third quarter, compared with the same quarter, the third quarter of last year, based on their educational levels. As we can see, if we look down where we see the educational level of students who have college degree and postgraduate, we see that there is a decrease of negative 12% and negative 10%. Meaning that those who maybe as the educational level of students who come to Colaberry increase, they are not satisfied with the tuition. And this could be maybe due to the times we are living in now, the pandemic, and maybe they are having hard times to find jobs, good jobs, and they are not satisfied with the tuition. Moving down to the next slide, which is a job role stroke average household income. Here we wanted to show the average household income of every student coming to Colaberry based on their gender and their job role. That is, if we look at the above visual, is showing the average household income of students coming to Colaberry versus their job role, and is filtered on the gender. And we found out that there is a significant increase in the household income of students, of students, 37%, this one up here, in the partner job role in this quarter as compared to last year. As compared to the last year, that is the third quarter of last year. We also observed, one thing we also observed with this visualization is that there is an increase of 8% in the household income of most female interns, meaning most of the female students who are enrolled for internship are entrepreneurs, and we applaud them for that. Michael, slide. No, the upper one, yeah. Okay. No, the upper slide, Michael. Yeah, okay. The next visual here is the industry versus the verbal referral visualization. Here we wanted to show the different means where students come to be ed. Those we wanted to show the percentage of male and female students who come to Colaberry through verbal referral based on their industries. And then we found out that there is a decrease of negative 26% of verbal referral in business support industry in the current quarter relative to that of last year. And then moving down to the next slide, we have the traffic source / good registration experience. We found out with this visualization that there is an increase of 18% in good registration experience by interacting with the Colaberry staff
in the current quarter as compared to the same quarter last year. And then this, we think that is a positive insight, and we applaud the Colaberry staff for that maybe they can continue with the interaction because it is yielding them good results. With all these visualizations or findings, we had some suggestions, and I'll move down to the very first suggestion, which is data collection is an important element in your company's overall marketing strategy, which with significant and impactful benefits. And then the second suggestion is weekly survey questions need to be updated to have students fill out certain questionnaires, certain questions relating to their experience during the program, as well as challenges and recommendations. And then the third suggestion is country of origin needs to be improved and updated, because we discovered that there were some countries or some countries like African countries that were not included in the questionnaires. And then the last but not the least suggestion was the survey questionnaires need to include states, not just country and cities. I'll hand over back to Michael to summarize our presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Claudia. So after going through all these visual suggestions and findings and things we discovered on this project, something that struck me was I began to read up the story of Zoom. So everyone meets Eric Wan. He's 50 years old, he's an immigrant, and he's the founder of Zoom. And after 2 years of trying to come to the US with denials and 8 rejections, he finally got approved in 1997. And he came and he started working for a company that was one of the first companies that launched up video platforms where people hold video conference calls and things like that. So long story short, why I brought this man up is that this man started his company 1 year before Colaberry. He launched in 2013, and he began to grow and began to expand. Him and 40 engineers that he pulled from Cisco started Zoom, and we know that the Zoom actually expanded during the pandemic a lot, but people don't really know that this dude just started like every other person, just like Colaberry. And he's probably within the same range of the founder of Colaberry in terms of the age. But the reason I'm bringing this up is that I have a suggestion based on our findings that we need to introduce Colaberry chat. Not because we already have Colaberry chat on the websites, but what we have there is more like Colaberry forum. It's just a place where groups come together and discuss things for everyone to know. And every time you have a video call, everyone can join. Everything you make, everyone can join. Basically, what that means is that it's just like a forum. So introducing Colaberry chat as a suggestion is something that can bring, we have options of non-paid, people who can subscribe, who are non-Colaberry students, can subscribe to pertain and to listen to Power BI solutions, because there's a Power BI platform on Microsoft where people post questions like a forum, but there is no like specific chat group that is focused on BI solutions, data analytics, or a place where you can subscribe and just buy in to listen to people like Greg and Ali and other people tell you stuff about Power BI, Tableau, and all these tools. So basically, introducing Colaberry chat is also going to have 2 features that we do not have on the website for the Colaberry chat. The first feature is you have a degree of security, and the second is you have a degree of privacy, because you may be stuck with an issue and you want to discuss with a particular person who is maybe not a Colaberry staff, and you can interact with Colaberry staff and mail them, but how do you interact with someone who is just a student or an intern privately, not interact on public forum where everyone can join in and listen? So I feel that introducing Colaberry chat and holding our class meetings on it, and the weekend, Monday, Wednesday calls, all of that, holding it on it is going to grow the network of the Colaberry chat, and it's going to help to make it more accessible and interesting based on the exclusivity of it in itself. So that being said, thank you for being able to listen to this session. I hope it's been the most amazing 12 minutes of your day, and I look forward to your questions. Bring it on. Thank you. Do we have questions? Right.
All right, thank you. That was marketing demographics. Next up is recruitment and staffing, Data Mart.
All right, how you guys doing? Can you all see my screen?
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Fekadu, and today I'm going to be presenting to you the overview and problem statement of the recruiting and staffing project. The team members that are working on this project are Prasanti, who is also the project manager, Muse, Karina, and myself. Now, this project is being built for a client recruiting company who is taking care of the recruiting and the hiring process for the Fortune 500 companies. So the main objective of this project is to create a clean data warehouse that can help the clients, the recruiting company, to monitor the whole process closely and provide a better access to their clients, and also to identify those job openings really harder to fill, and at the same time, of course, to maintain a good relationship with their clients. Now, talking about the source database we have, we've seen a lot of data redundancy in the database, which means, for instance, if you see these two tables that we took from the database, you see that the same data are being entered into these two tables. So the data redundancy was the major issue we face in this project. The data structure by itself, the tables do not have any index and no primary or foreign key relationship between the tables as well. And also the clients have a very limited access to the whole process. So this data redundancy created an unreliable bad information, which at the same time create a huge cost and takes a large space in the database. And also it takes longer load and process time. So Ali, we have a lot of job to do. Let's go, because we are unable to monitor, the data we have. Well, wedding is not just getting married, but also is about, taking a picture that we leave behind. The same is true for the analysis and the report that we create from the redundant data. That wouldn't show a clean and the best picture out of a redundant data. With this, now I will take you to the next presenter, who is Arena, and she's going to talk about the KPIs and the solutions about the project. You are on mute.
Thank you, Fekadu, for the great introduction. Can you guys see my screen?
No, you're not sharing.
Okay. How about now?
I don't see anything.
No, Harina.
It's not?
Not sharing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's coming now.
It is? Sorry. So I will talk a little bit about KPIs. but we're not aware of what exactly the KPIs are at this moment. I'll detail you some of the essential recruiting and staffing KPIs. We can mention recruiting channels, productivity metrics, efficiency metrics, and quality metrics. Since we already have the data in hand, it doesn't really matter about the channel or how we got that source document. So we'll focus on the last three. Based on that general KPIs that staffing and recruitment agencies use, we planned on creating our own, and we came up with this KPIs. You can see job requisition, time to hire, retention rate, interview ratio, and cost to hire. But we focused mainly on the time to hire KPI because it affects everything starting from efficiency to cost. And this is the calculation method that we used. And we spend a lot of time on the dimension date table. I'll give you an example of one of our tables. This is the fact hiring table. You can see that it's being billed on hourly basis, and this is the time that it took to fill that position, and this is the date. So we figured, or we assumed, that while reporting or while analyzing their job, this recruitment and staffing company, they would need to find out the cost of hiring, and we designed it in that model. Next is our main problem was that our data has a lot of redundancy, and we figured out that problem, and there was a complaint that recruitment agency was not confident about the validity and integrity of the data. So we had to come up with a plan to build a data warehouse, which is pertaining to that enterprise. So we came up with this hybrid approach because it combines the top-down approach and the bottom approach, in which the top-down approach mainly focuses on the integrity and it's flexible, and the bottom-up approach focuses on creating a user-friendly data warehouse. Next, since the problems were on the client side, they were not really engaged in the process, and we created a survey that would be helpful later on to measure the performance of the client and customer relationship, or the candidate and client relationship. And we cleaned the data using an ETL process. For that process, Prashanti will be presenting the details of the technical aspects. I now pass the torch to Prashanti. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ficardo and Harina, for the wonderful presentation. Hello, everyone. This is Prashanti. Now I am going to explain how I implemented this process and what I have used to load the data from source to staging and from staging to data warehouse. I have when I have the raw data, means the source data has so many duplicates and redundant data, and the naming convention of the columns here. The naming conventions is not standard, so I have used SQL queries and the ETL process to clean up the data and load the data into the staging tables. So for example, here, to load the data to the staging rect distributor table, I have joined 3 tables using mid-join transformation and sort transformation to eliminate duplicate values and sort the data to load into the rect distributor table. As well, here I use aggregate transformation, and in the aggregate transformation, I used this group by function to group the data set and load the data into the staging rect location table. These are all my staging tables. These are normalized tables data in my staging table database. Next, these are the data warehouse tables and fact and dimension tables. Here, the tables are denormalized, and denormalized is like a denormalized tables like combine multiple table data into one so that it can be queried quickly, and the redundancy has eliminated here, and then no duplicate values and the clean data in the data warehouse. So I have used mid statement to load the data into the dimension tables. So this is the ETL package, ETL process I have implemented to load the dimension tables. And the data is populated into the dimension tables here. And I have in my data warehouse, I have 3 fact tables and fact hiding, fact rec, and fact span. Here, to load the data into the fact tables, I used I used lookup transformation to look up the keys on the unassociated tables, and I joined on the business columns. This is how I loaded the data into the fact tables, and this is my final model. This is how I implemented the ETL and loaded the data into my final model. Next, Mr. Musa is going to take over from here, and he's going to explain the next steps. Thank you. Musa, you are on mute.
All right, awesome job by Fikadu, Harina, and Prashanti. Now take over talking about the data warehouse structure use. We have loaded the data from a source database. It went through staging and to the data warehouse. We have about 3 fact tables and 11 dimensions. We also have used the Galaxy schema as a data model. So I would like to talk a little bit about the fact and dimension tables. Fact tables contain facts or measures, and dimension tables contain descriptive attributes. So looking into here, we have a fact rec, fact table. We also have about 4 dimensions. If we look here about the columns of our fact rec, all we see are like numbers and job posting approval distribution. All these are giving us like the measures of the data warehouse columns. Whereas if I take one of these dimension tables, the columns will be like descriptive. The same thing into the fact spend. We also have the same thing in here. Everything shows us measures, but here it gives us the description of these columns. We also have another one, the fact hiring, which is our third fact table, and it has relation with 2 dimension tables. So now I will talk about the Galaxy schema. We have seen the star schema and the snowflakes schema, which the star schema will have one fact table will have dimension table, several dimension tables related with it, and the snowflakes will have another dimension table will have relation with another dimension table. But if we see here on the Galaxy schema, we have the facts, we have dimension rec distributor dimension table, and it has also connection or relation with the fact hiring. This is how the Galaxy schema works. And now I would like to talk about what's the use of this data warehouse, the project. So we have data repository, reporting, and analysis purpose. So talking about the data repository, we see 3 different things. At least we can list 3 different things. It's subject oriented. When you say it's subject oriented, we develop in this data warehouse for staffing and recruiting company. So this measures and dimensions will show specifically for that purpose. And the data warehouse by nature is non-volatile. And you can see here we have fact key on this side. We also have active status. It will come as yes or no. And also we'll have the insert dates. So every fact key will keep on continue. It is because it's an identity. In case if there is any updates into the source table, the source tables or the source records, so this will make one of our rows as active no status, and it will continue loading this process. And when we say about time variant, the data warehouse is supposed to be like history keeping, so it's going to keep on loading and keeping the history of the data. We can use this data warehouse for reporting purpose, which KPIs can be used to develop reports, and also for analysis purpose. For analysis, one of my team members were talking about the KPIs or any feature uses of this. This would be used by end users. So talking about this, we have to see it from the outside perspective of what we're doing, so that will give us a meaning to build this data warehouse. From previous slides, we had a problem statement and the solution statements. This is what we have used the ETL process to come up with these solutions. From data redundancy, it will give us to clean data. And thank you for watching this for being in this presentation. Any question, please?
All right, thank you very much. Incoming word dashboard is next.
Sound check.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Yashi. Today we'll be presenting Australian Literacy and Numeracy Foundation, or as well known as LNF. Australian Literacy and Numeracy Foundation, founded in 1999, with a passionate group that want to help Australian most marginalized community gain literacy skills. On this project, I myself and Temesgen and Tisipa have been working on it. The project background is that the program works with regional or the community that have low resources, as well as experiencing the common challenge, including health and developmental issue. I believe like every child deserves every chance in life, whether they learn it quickly or slowly. So it helps the kids with the literacy, with the different language and videos, art, writing, phonics, oral language vocabulary development. So the goal is for all children's commence school readiness to learn regardless their social economic status. The Living First Language platform preserve or revitalize the indigenous language. One thing I like about this, I'm from Ethiopia, I speak different language, Amharic, which I love teaching it to my kid rather than losing the sight out of it by just substituting it. Since he was born here, he learns 2 different languages. So this program allows for the kids to hold on to their basic or hold on to the original culture of the language. And also this program will help the community, the parents to be involved. It comes with digital apps. You write the word, it will show you that on picture or show you meaning and also pronounce, help them pronounce and reading. Our project goal is the word coming into the platform with the goal of getting many words added to the platform as possible and getting new words for the ability to add the contents around the word of completeness. A word can be complete, but also comes with 20, 40, 60, and 80, and 100% complete. That involves that this word has a picture, that this word has pronunciation, that this word has a video that can help them move on learning. So our job is to analyze the data, goes see each the completeness, as well as how many words get into the platform daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly. The purpose of this project is tracking process, like how many words we can add or interact in the platform over time. And we use SQL, Power BI as our technical tools, and we use the method of Adeline to meet up with our team to come up with the KPIs, things like that. With this, I would invite Temesgen to more detailed on technical part of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Yashi.
for the wonderful presentation. I'm going to talk about the KPIs, the initial dashboard, as well as the challenge we faced throughout this project. So basically, I will start about the KPIs. Based on the things that we get from the customers, the KPIs we chose was like the incoming orders per day. That's the amount of words added to the platform on each day. The month over month words added.
Full screen.
It's not showing. Did you guys show my screen?
Full screen. Full screen.
Full screen. Okay. What about now?
That's good. We can see it.
Okay. So the first KPI we are working with is the incoming words per day. As I said, the number of words entered into the platform and daily basis, the month over month words added. That's comparison from month to month based on the data that we are receiving from the customer. And the third one is the word average completion rate. So these are the KPIs that we are working on this project. So as we said earlier, the data set we originally began with one database with a single word table on it. So later we got like 6 databases with different 6 languages, similar word table on them. So we have to merge the 6 databases in order to come with a single word table consisting of all 6 languages. So we were able to load it on into a single table using the circle, and we are come up with we are loading it to Power BI, and we are able to clean up the data. Next, we do we're working with the model. We add the date table and to the word table because we have to work on the timely, monthly, daily, and weekly manner. So we are able to create this data model. After lots of work and lots of help from Ali and other people on that, we are able to come up with this database dashboard. Looks like this. It's still on the process of constructing, but we are able to come up with this kind of dashboard. Now let me show you the details of that dashboard. So on this dashboard, we are trying to show the month over month words added, average completeness by year, average words per day, words, number of words or count of words per language, and completeness by language as well. So in order to do this, we have to calculate a lot of things, and we come up with this initial dashboard. So here we can see the month over month words and the count of words per month for the past 4 years. Here we have some problems that I will talk about later, because some of the data we getting from the that database was it's not complete, because some of the data doesn't have any clean data on the monthly basis. So let me explain you some of the things that we are working. So this one is about the first one is the words count by month, words added on month over month basis. So if we take, for instance, November, it will show us all the integrating with the things. So on the month of November, there are like 902 words added, while the month-over-month percentage is almost 1%. This is for 2019. Here we can see average words added per year that we can see. On the year 2019, we have our 28 words per day, which is like 36.74%. For the year 2017, the average words per day was like 24, which consists of like 31.3% of the total. Here we're trying to show the words, the number of words per language. So the first one is the Europe language, which is which we got almost like 3/4 of the words that we get from the table. So it has like 2,500 words. The second one is the Tayanaki language. The word count for it is like 888, which consists of 35% of the previous, which is the Europe language. And the third one is like the Waramiri language, which consists of like 538, 21.4% of the previous language, and 60% of the first language. And finally, here we're trying to show the average completeness by language. So when we hover our over here, we see that the Tayanaki language has an average completion of 50, which consists of 28.62% of the total. And the Waramiri language, which has the average completeness of 29 words, consists of 16.75%. So we're still working on improving this dashboard. And let me back to my power presentation. And on the next, I will talk about some of the challenges we face. First of all, like I said, there was a partial data missing, which is it's not showing us all the data that we want. So some of the months are not represented on the figures. So we didn't realize that at first. So we are struggling to come up with the month-over-month basis. The second one is we're facing a problem with joining the tables from 6 different databases, but with the help of Ali, we can able to load that database and we come up with a single word table that consists of the 6 language. And one of the things that we faced the past months since starting this project was integrating new members into get them up to date with the project. There's a constantly changing members, and that somehow can be explained as a challenge. And finally, as I explained before, we don't have full data for some of the years that were on the table. So we're struggling to come up with the accurate numbers of the months-over-months. I think with this, I will end my presentation. Thank you for listening.
All right, that's everyone. All right, next up, Colaberry referral program.
Hello everyone, my name is Tegas and my team members are Jarvis, he's a project manager, Saganat and Abraham. We all are here to present our project except Jarvis because he got a family emergency, so he will not able to join us today. Our project is Colaberry referral program. our client is Colaberry. So we start our project by requirement analysis. So we gather information from our client Colaberry. And when we get the information, we identify our problem statement. So our problem statement is Colaberry paid 3,000 each year for a referral log for this program. We want to understand what's going on this project. On this program. How many enrollment it's given us, and are we making money or losing money on this program? How often alumni or current students sign or bring new students up to this program? So once we know our problem, we come with a solution, creating a dashboard. So we create this kind of dashboard. We have 4 KPIs and 4 visuals. And also we can slice it with a year and a month. And each visuals displays per month and quarter-to-quarter data. And also if we need more information for a specific month, we can read through on each month. And it goes to in the our read-through page, and it gives you more information about the specific month. We will see this more in our interactive dashboard demo. The other thing is our KPIs. In our main dashboard, we have 4 KPIs. The first one is member sign up per month. It shows us total sign up in each month. And the second one is referral enrollment per month. It shows us enrolled in each month. And the third one is referral payout per month. It shows us how much we pay out for each month for this program, and in ROI we get more how many we get from this program in each month. So these are our main KPIs in our dashboard. Starting from here, my team member Saganna, she will take over and she will present the rest of the slide. Thank you so much. Saganna, you can continue.
Hello guys, my name is Saganat. Thank you, Tigist, for a wonderful presentation. When I start this project, the first problem I had was the date issue. I start with one table which included multiple dates on it. Those dates, when the student sign up, there is a date for the student sign up date, and for when the student referred, there is a date with a referral date, and when the student enrolled, there is a date with a commission date. So to avoid those kind of problem, I created a data model with one table, which was one date table. So this date table included all those dates, which is referral date, sign up date, and a commission date, and it's communicating with others, as you see right here, with others dimensions table. So that's how I avoid that kind of problem. So when I came to the insight, as we know, summer is a season where family is going on vacation, and families like the kids is out of the school, and a lot of outdoor activities happen in summer. So when we see right here, there is no, the member sign up is a little number of members sign up around May to June. But in August, when you see in August, the student, maybe the kids are back into school, so people are ready to focus on the school stuff, sign up for new school stuff. So you can see from May, it was like 4 members sign up but increased by 29 here on August. That means more than 100% of quarter over quarter. We calculate our calculation on quarter over quarter. So it's like more than 100% benefit here. So this is for the positive inside. And when we came to the negative inside, as we know right now, it's like a corona pandemic. So when we see here on May, we had like 25 people are signed up around here. And June is like only 2 people are signed here because maybe the season is not good for thinking about the school, or people are thinking about if they are not if they are get a job or not. They are not make sure, so they didn't sign up that much. But to suggest that. I suggest the people who enrolled in a school to write a great review based on what they had in the school. So that means like any student who already got a job, they can put any review about the IT job that is still available on the market. So if they put like that kind of review, people maybe read and sign up, or when the student referred for another student, maybe a new student can sign up that way. And the other suggestion I have is like for Colaberry, maybe if they can change the Amazon card to Visa card, because people maybe can go to buy something. I mean, people are like tired of ordering online right now, so they can go and see whatever they need and or buy from the store. So if Colaberry change from the Amazon card to Amazon gift card to Visa card, that would be nice. That's my suggestion. So the next slide will be the final dashboard. As Tigist explain our dashboard, more detail about our dashboard, Abraham will be taking care of that. Thank you guys for listening.
Was that it, or were you saying somebody else was going to go?
Yes.
That was it? Abraham, okay.
Thank you, Sagana. Hello, everyone. My name is Abraham. I'm going to give you a quick demo on the dashboard. As mentioned earlier by one of my colleagues, Colaberry spent a lot of money for this referral program, so they want to know how well this program is doing. So, in order to give them some insight, we have identified about 4 KPIs, which are placed here at the top of the dashboard, and we also calculated the quarter-over-quarter percentage change for each dimensions to to give them which direction the indicators are going. So we have also broken down these KPIs by month. So to start off with member sign-up per month KPI. It indicates the number of members who signed up per month, and referral enrollment per month indicates the number of referrals per month, and the referral payout per month, the amount of money Colaberry pays out as a reward for this program, and the ROI per month indicates the amount of money that Colaberry collects from this program. So as you can see from the top left chart, we have the member sign-up per month on the bar chart and the quarter-over-quarter percentage change on the line chart. To give you some insight, for instance, on July 2020, the member sign-up is 1. And when we compare it with the previous quarter, it declines by about 92 or 93%. We have applied the same logic for all the dimensions, and we have also added drill-through reports to show more detail about these dimensions. To start off with member sign-up, for instance, if you want to know the details of members signed up in May 2020, yeah, as you can see here, these are the members' names who signed up in May 2020. And this is these are the number of referrals they made. So we have about 25 sign up in May 2020, and the average member sign up is 16. So compared to this month's sign up, it is like 156% of the average member per month. And we have also added the average time they waited to get their first reward. So the average waiting time or waiting days is 131 days. And these are the total or all-time members signed up in this program. When we move to referral enrollment, as you can see here in October 2019, the quarter-over-quarter has increased by 300%. That's a good thing. And it declined by like 52% in July 2020. If we drill through by July 2020, we can see all the details of the referral enrollment. These are the people who enrolled in this program. And it also gives us all the details of the referrals, the referral name, and the whether they paid tuition or not, or they have been in class for 30 days or not. And based on these values, we also calculated the percentage of completion. So the average percentage completion is about 25%. And enrollment this month is 29, as you can see the total here, the number of enrollment is 29. So compared to the average, it's about 249%. When we move to referral payout, as you can see here on December 2019, Colaberry paid out about $1,050, and it has increased by 250% compared to the previous quarter. When we drill through to see all the components or the details of the referral payout, in the month of June 2020, we don't have referrals that got a second level reward, but we do have a list of members who got first level reward. And the payout in June 2020 is about 1,450. The average payout is 643. So when we compare that with the payout this month, it's about 226%. So this chart right here shows the total payout in June 2020. So as you can see here, it shows the daily payout. When we move to ROI, we have the highest ROI quarter-over-quarter percentage change in the month of October. And when we drill through in June 2020 to see all the details of the return on investment, here, as you can see, the total cost elements are like the total payout, which includes the first and the second reward level, and the program cost. The program cost is what Colaberry pays out every day for this program. So it's $8 flat. These are the total tuition collected by Colaberry during this month, in June 2020. And these are, this chart shows the, or breaks down the components of the ROI, what we have here on the left side. And this month's ROI is 56K, and the average ROI is 22K. So when we compare these two, which is about 152% of the average. So we can also filter this dashboard by year. And we can also insert this by months. All right, guys, that's all I have for now. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Questions? All right, we have two more, retention and Chicago crime. Retention, you're up next.
Is the retention next? I didn't hear that.
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Let me do this. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Valentine Obiora. I'm here with Mary. We are working on Colaberry retention rate. Now, the question is, do you know that over 60% of us didn't have an IT background prior to this course? Do you also know that some of us didn't make it to IPBC? The question is, how did we make it this far? And the answer to most of these questions we will see at the end of this project, and that is why I'm on this project also, to look into Colaberry retention rate. Now again, what is retention rate?
Can you go full screen?
I am full screen.
Not on our end.
Let me see. I'm seeing myself full screen. I don't know.
Stop sharing and share again.
Okay. Come on.
Do you see icons up? Do you see slides on the side to the left?
No.
Okay.
Let me show you again. Is it full screen now?
No.
Uh-oh. What's going on?
You see the slides to the left.
Can you stop me sharing?
Okay.
Go ahead, Bob.
I'm not seeing what you're sharing. I can see the slide from number 7. I don't see from number 1 or 2. Can you scroll up to number 1, please? Okay, yeah, let's go to number 2. Sorry, guys, sorry about that. So now we're talking about retention rate. What is retention rate? Mary, can you scroll back up, please? Okay, what is retention rate? Retention rate is the percentage of school first-time, first-year undergraduate students who continue at that school the next year. It is important because it measures how many students will stay or stay to the end of that program and indicates if this school is living up to the expectations they set when recruiting students. For our company, Colaberry, this would be the students who stayed from the beginning of the program to the end of the program, which means till they get placed after the IPBC. Mary, can we go to the next? Now, problem statements. Over time, we know that the goal of every student is to graduate and get placed in the society. It is also the aspiration of every educational institution to achieve a high retention rate for their students. That is no exception for Colaberry, which is why the general always put emphasis on the subject that on the first day of the class, he says, look to your left, look to your right. One of them won't be here by the end of this class. This reinstates that Colaberry usually sees everywhere from 20 to 35% of its students fall out of the class due to its vigorous nature, unlike most colleges. Therefore, we are using this project to improve on the numbers by taking a deep look into the areas where students drop off the most and find a solution to retain them as long as possible until they are placed. Mary, can we go to next, please? Organizational problem. Okay, now the question we had in mind, that kind of brought up this project is like, where do students drop off most in this program? Why is the graduation rate declining? What program is the highest student dropout rate? Mary, next, please. These are the KPI we use to calculate this retention rate. We have the drop percentage and we have the retention rate. Next, please. Mary, you there?
Yes, the internet is a little bit slow.
So at this point, I will let Mary continue and dive into this our data set and show us the rest of our project.
Thank you, Valentine. Currently, this is what we were able to build out. This is the dashboard view. So we were able to use the different classes, badges that Colaberry offer to create the slices to give more in-depth numbers on what each class is actually ascertaining.
Hey Mary, you got some background noise.
Okay, 1 second, let me try.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, this is the dashboard we were able to build to create the retention rate for the different classes Colaberry offers. And we use the badges being offered for various classes to be able to showcase the different retention rates on each classes. The next screen, when you read through, gives you the screen, which actually gives you the drop rates bi-weekly. And navigating through each of those badges showcase exactly what the drop rate is and what the retention rate is. It also showcases what the final student number was, what the beginning student number was, and what was the total student number is also. Also, drilling through to the third report, it shows you also another visual using the line chart to showcase you the different retention rates that the class also shows, to just giving you more different look on the retention rates. Going next to this, we encountered some problems during the project, which was the DAX calculation and also analyzing the time. We actually had to create some measures to create the quarters and the year to get the right calculation for each classes. So based on the positive insights, we're able to showcase that in one of the classes, which was data analytics, during the third quarter, there was low dropout rate students. We only had 8, unlike the previous quarter, which we have almost 17. So this shows that this class is actually doing where they have more retention rate than other classes. Going on to the negative, in terms of the negative, we found that one of the classes, data science one, was had a low retention rate. You know, prior to the other quarter, the retention rate was higher, but in this time we had only 18%. So this showcased that there's more up, you know, to create a high retention rate for students, because it actually enforces them to finish up the program stronger. And also, we also suggested that if a student could have a personal KPI, it will help them to actually visualize their goal every time they log into the class, and they were able to see where they are coming short of and improve on that particular aspect. And also the third suggestion we also came up with was a follow-up. So the follow-up key will actually help the student who have initially dropped out from the class to be able to, you know, change their mind and go back to the class. So these are the few suggestions we're able to come up in this project. And that's it for us.
Questions? All right, last but not least, Chicago.
Hi everyone, my name is Richard. I'm here with my teammates Zara and Orel. We're going to present on our project, which is the Chicago crime using the Click Sense tool. As you guys can know now, Chicago is one of the violent cities in the country. And Chicago, to give a little bit of background of Chicago, is one of the third largest city in the country, with a population of about 2.7 million people. And Chicago have actually a crime rate which is higher than the national average. So doing our data discovery, we realized that a lot of crime in Chicago are going unsolved. So therefore, we decided to focus our KPI on the violent crime and unsolved crime to tell our story. Next. So to give you a little bit of an overview of our project, we're going to talk about the data model, the problem statement, the dashboard, finding, and we're going to take some questions. This is actually our data dictionary, which gives us all the different attributes that we have on our data. They actually give a good description of all the fields and how the data are collected and where the data is coming from. So our data model is a star schema data model, which is a very good model when it comes to ClickSense. And it's actually based on a fact table, which is a fact crime and three-dimensional table, description, community, and location. So, like I say, this is our problem statement. Through our data discovery, we realized that 80%, Chicago has a violent crime of 47%, and 80% of those crimes are going unsolved. So throughout the building this app, we were looking into why do we have so many crimes unsolved. And also in Chicago, you have 1 in 23 people to become risk to become a victim of a violent crime. And in Chicago, the crime rate is higher than 95% of all the city within Chicago. Next. Okay, now I'm going to leave my teammate Aurel to talk to you guys about the trouble that occurred during building this app.
Thank you, Richard, for that. So going through this project, we encountered some difficulty. And one of the challenges that we had was to come up with the KPI. So it took us a while, to figure out what kind of KPI we should go. So we finally go with the violent crime rate and the unsolved crime rate. And we had trouble, generating the correct set analysis calculation to be able, to get the correct calculation for the violent crime and the unsolved crime. Also, we had another challenges which was, to get the correct population of CISA. It was like a very large data set. And another difficulty that we incurred was to divide the Chicago map by district and community area. And also, since it was a very large, we had also difficulty, to load over 7 million record into our data set. Next. Okay, so here is our key performance indicator. So we finally, after going back and forth, we decided to go with the unsolved crime rate and the violent crime rate. And here you can see the set analysis expression that we use to be able to generate those. Next. Okay, here is our negative insight. So we try to minimize the violent crime. And here you can see that nobody likes, to be a victim of a crime, and especially when it's pretty bad. So we see that Southside Chicago is one of the highest area when you should try to avoid, because the violent crime is pretty high there. And you can see that the problem is recurrent since 2016 until the present day. It keeps happening over and over. And sadly, you can see that the unsolved crime rate is pretty high. So it's about 80 to 82% of the total crime that is happening. Next. And here is the good, the positive insight. So there's not really like a good, I mean, we cannot say that, like a crime is, there's a positive into a crime, but we can try to minimize it. So the good part, the good that we found in this is that at least Central Chicago has the lowest violent crime and the higher arrest. So this is an area where you can at least, hang out a little bit and feel a little bit comfortable. So the Central Park has like 45% of the violent crime, and 59 goes up also. Next. And I'm gonna let Zara to present the dashboard and finding a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard and Aurel, for your presentation. And I'll walk you through the dashboard that we have. So right here, I'll go to the sheet. And as like my teammate said, we have two KPIs, which is the violent crime and the unsolved crime percentage. And you can see that the violent crime is about 46%, and then the unsolved crime is 80%. And here we have a bar chart that shows like the top violent crimes that occur in Chicago. And here you can see the reported crime, and then we have a map that is color-coded based on the severity of the crimes that occur there. And here we have a scattered plot that shows the violent crime by the unsolved crime. So this quadrant right here is the most dangerous part of Chicago. So if you're planning on going on vacation, try to stay away from this area, because if not, you'll be dodging bullets. And like, as you can see, this other area right here, it's less violent, but then the unsolved rate is pretty high. Like they said, Central Chicago is the safest area in Chicago to visit or to live in. And West Chicago is close to the average of the violent crime, but then most of the crimes that occur there are solved. And the other parts, the other areas here have a higher solve rate than the usual, than the average, but then they're still very violent. And like when you click on like South Chicago, like it will narrow it down to the areas that are in South Chicago, and you can see that the areas that are in like the deep red are the most dangerous areas, and the yellow is the place that is like less violent, but then still the crime, the unsolved rate is pretty high. And like you can drill down to the city, and it will show you like the zip codes and how dangerous they are. So you can see that Washington Park is pretty dangerous, and South Shore too is bad, but not as bad as Washington Park. But you can see we size our bubbles based on the reported crimes. So even though Washington Park has a higher rate of violent crimes, but then South Shore has more crimes than Washington Park. And then if I go back, so you can see Central Chicago, and you can see the zip codes of the safe areas, and the same can be done for West Side, since that's the least violent. Well, it's less than the average violent crime, but then the unsolved rate is like pretty low, so which is very good. So you can see that this place is like a very good part, West Garfield Park. That's one of the good places to consider when going there. Or you can go to Narrow Side. Those two areas are good in that side of Chicago. So back to the story with our findings. Sorry. Okay, so let me just go back to the dashboard. So the findings that we had, I can just use the dashboard to show you all like what we found. we found that North Central and Far North Chicago have below average for violent crime rates, but they're pretty high in the unsolved department. But then when you want to go to Chicago, try to avoid Northwest or South Chicago, because you might end up getting shot even in bed. And for this area right here, like the unsolved crime, they are below the unsolved crime rate, and then it's also, but it's above the violent crime rate. And the West Side is very good at solving crimes, but then it's still almost above average for the violent crime rate. So that's the presentation we have for you guys, and thanks for listening, and we're open to your questions.
Questions? All right, guys, that is it. Another sprint in the books.
A question, which tool is used for this last one?
Click. Sense.
Okay.
All right, so next sprint, a few of you guys should be going on the market. We have everything just about complete. Still ironing out a couple of little bugs, but in the next week or two, you know, based on the agreement, you guys knocking out your internship project and your one personal project, we'll be preparing you guys for the market. What I would like to merge this into is probably won't get to it next sprint, but definitely the sprint after next. We want to hold a session where you guys can compete to present your projects. And then once a month, we'll have like 10 of you guys presenting your projects, but we're going to invite a lot of hiring managers and clients and things like that. So it'll be like a competition, and then those who win, I'll work with you to get your presentation up to where you're ready to present for that event. So that's where we're kind of just testing things out, seeing how it works, streaming on social media, making sure we understand all of the angles for when we start putting together these events. All right, that's it for me. Knock out these projects. They're the key to everything. So make sure that you guys are pushing forward on your projects. Make sure you have good milestones for this week. And make sure you get everything out. And make sure you guys, we just started a new class. Make sure you guys are answering the discussions, okay? I'm depending on you guys to answer and help out the students, which will in turn help you out as you gear towards placement. All right, that's it for me. You guys have a good weekend, and I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Okay.
Fuck. Fuck.
Oh, next month 5 months, 6 days. అందరూ 3 months కంప్లీట్ కానే పెట్టారు.
అమెరికాలో ఎంటర్ అయినప్పుడు ఇతర వీసా అంటే ఇంక యోజన so the spouse is working on H1B and they are inside the country or allowed to enter. Okay. So my H4 is తీసుకోలేదు అంటే H4 ఇస్తున్నామంటే స్పౌస్ అవుతుంది కదా అక్కడ అక్కడ అడిగేది ఆల్రెడీ ఫోటో కరెక్ట్నే ఇది కన్నా ఎన్ని కాన్సెప్ట్ నాట్ ఓపెన్ ఓపెన్ ఓన్లీ బట్ ఆ ఆన్సర్ చెప్పొస్తలేదు అనే కదా ఆన్సర్ చెప్పొస్తారనేది ఏ ఆన్సర్ ఇప్పుడు మనం ఏది ఇలాంటి కదా ఈ ఆన్సర్ ఇవ్వాలి కరెక్టే బట్ ఆన్సర్ చెప్పొస్తారంటే మరి ఇంకా ఏమంటారు అంటే మిస్టర్ అయితే ఆయన కమింగ్ అయితే చేశారు ఎక్కువ లీగ్ ఆయన కమింగ్ అయితే డిపెండ్ సో బోత్ ఆర్ కంప్లీట్లీ డిఫరెంట్ థింగ్స్ ఇప్పుడు ఈ ల్యాండ్ అప్లై ఫర్ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ ఇండియా రైట్ సో ఓకే ఏదైతే అక్కడ బోత్ ఆర్ ఎంట్రీలో గెటింగ్ ఎక్కువ కాబట్టి ఎక్కువ తీసుకోవాలని చెప్పడం ఓకే నాన్న or she doesn't even need to. He talked about H4. I just know I'm coming as a visitor and I will go back. She won't say that. Why about anything? Why about anything? H4 and తీసుకోలేదు అంటే మా ఆయన వచ్చింది మొన్న మన దానిలో ఫ్యామిలీ నేను మా ఆయనకి అప్లై చేద్దాం అప్పుడు వల్ల మనకి కంప్లీట్ అవుతుంది నేను బాగా మరబడతా సో నేను చూసేసరికి నీళ్ళని అందుకనే ఎక్కువ వస్తున్నారు అది టెక్నిక్ కాదు నీళ్ళకి ఎక్కువ పట్లు ఎక్కువ ఉంటాయి నేను చూసేసరికి అక్కడ నీళ్ళు బాగా గుడ్ చేస్తున్నారు గుడ్ చేస్తారు అదే పెట్టాలనుకో
Right. That's okay. That's okay.